Justin Hines is raffling off some tickets on tire cutting. See him at the office. If you want to buy a ticket on that to draw, it's a donation to help Garney Thacker assist with medical expenses. So if you're interested in drawing for a set of cut tires, buy you a ticket up to the office. How much are they, Enos? $5 on a ticket.
If you guys also make sure you police your weights at the scales, take care of them, and take them outside. If you're not pulling, grab your weights when you're not pulling and get them outside, please. Also, all your fuel cans and everything outside, and your air compressors. And we'll hopefully figure out, I believe, hopefully 220 on each side. We'll get an official full pull mark for the weekend once we get one of the sleds to run down and get our distance here. If you're the first one in the class, you won't have the option to rehook unless the sled screws up, and you will not be able to move any of your weights or anything during that time. If the sled screws up the hook, and you got to come back via the sled, your weights need to stay exactly the same spot. So there's no weight shifting, no nothing. Any other questions? There will be a speed cone. We just got to figure out where the mark needs to be on the sleds, the full pull mark. And the front of the sled is where the horn, yes. So front of the sled, where the cone's at, towards the start line, you're good. Other end, you're in no man's land. If you're the first one in the class, and you have to go back for a rehook, okay, you don't move anything. And the only way you get a first hook rehook if the sled screws up. Or if you get within close to a full pull and it's a stacked class, we're gonna save the time and save the full pulling. Okay, there's no other questions. Odd side, Mickey side, even side, Mickey side. As soon as we have paperwork and everything, we'll get this party going. If you advance to the next round, you switch sides. So if you start on Mickey's side, you move on to the next round, you go over to Bush Hog. Vice versa, Bush Hog to Mickey. You're gonna hook on each sled twice if you keep moving on.
All right, on the odd side, the green. Look like Mark Cliven will face off against DJ Paul Amos. You'll be the first two. Make sure you're across the scales.
If you're pulling the 3,200-pound bracket class, if you start on one side and you advance to the next round, you go to the opposite side in the next round.
All right, for safety's sake, once we get the track mark and everything, don't be between the track and the announcer's trailer. All right, another safety note, don't get behind the skid steer. All they got is a camera, so they can't see you. So please do not get behind the skid steer when he's moving or sitting still. He may decide to take off. He's just got a camera and he can't see a whole lot behind it. We want everybody to be safe. Don't want nobody hurt. All right, on the odd side, let me have Mark Clevin, DJ Paul Amos, Laura Rowland, Jason Hodup.
Cherry on the even side, or the even side, Bush Hog side. I'm ready to roll. Shane Cherry, you are up. Danny Ferguson on deck. Gavin Grode in the hole. First three pullers. You guys are on the clock right now. So I need Shane Cherry, Danny Ferguson, and Gavin Grode. You guys are the first three.
All right, here on the green sled. Mark Blavin, you'll be up. DJ Paul Hamas, you're on deck. Laura Rowland, you're in the hole. And it's 6 miles an hour. We'll get the track squared away. We'll be ready to pull here in a little bit.
Hey, Tim, cut you off. Are those cones right there the marker? Half-track mark?
All right, we're fixing to get the cone set up here. On the odd side, Mark Levin, you're up. DJ Paul Hamas, you're on deck. Laura Rowland, you're in the hole. We got the cone set up in front of the announcer stand. If you blow the horn past that on the 6 mile an hour, you are disqualified.
Shane Cherry, if you are ready to go, let's get you hooked up and let's get the show on the road. Shane Cherry, you are the first one up on the even side.
Mark Blavin, you're up. DJ Paul Hamas, you're on deck. Laura Rowland, you're in the hole.
Danny Ferguson, you're on deck. Gavin Grode in the hole.
DJ Paul Hamas, you're up. Laura Rowland, you're on deck. Jason Hodoff, you're in the hole.
Shane Cherry, bring it on back. Reset the sled. Bring it on back, Shane. Bring it on back.
DJ Paul Hamus. You're up. Laura Rowland, you're on deck. Jason Holdup, you're in the hole. Jason Holdoff, you're up. Kevin Menschenschaufer, you're on deck. Kevin Granger, you're in the hole. Once again, watch for the skid steer. He can't see behind him. Do not get behind him. All right, Jason Holdoff. Here we go. Kevin Menschenschaufer, you're on deck. Kevin Granger.
Series 229.60. Danny Ferguson, you'll move on to the next round. Gavin Cronin, you're up. Chad Kelly on deck. Dave Nyhoff in the hole.
Kevin Menschhopper, 217.76. Jason Hodoff, he'll be getting in line right here shortly.
.50 for Gavin Grogan. Chad Jolly, you are up. Nate Nyhoff on deck. Matt Parker in the hole.
Jason Hodoff, 222.79. Between him and Laura Rowland, Jason moves on. Now looking for Kevin Granger, you're up. Followed by Ken Draper. And then Sam Colton. Tim. All right, Kevin Menschhopper was 217.76. Kevin Granger, that's your number to beat. Ken Granger, you're on deck. Sam Colton, you're in the hole. For Chad Jolly. Gavin Grogan, you are moving on to the next round. Nate Nyhoff, you're up. Matt Parker on deck. Tommy Aggie in the hole. All right, I'm looking for Kevin Granger. This is what I need. I need Kevin Granger, Ken Granger, Sam Colton, Benji Agee, Brian Roswell, Tim Cutshaw. You all need to be across the scales on the green sled. All right, I'm looking for Kevin Granger, Ken Granger, Sam Colton, Benji Agee, Glenn Abbott, Ryan Boswell, Tim Cutshaw, Ben LeCount, Olin Simpkins, Dave Schaefer, David Jones, Matt Coons. You need to be across the scales on the hot side.
183.05 for Nate Nyhoff. Matt Parker, you're up. Tommy Aggie on deck. Blake Colton in the hole.
Tim Cutshaw, Enos needs you over here at the announcer's stand. Tim Cutshaw, you can come to the announcer's stand. All right, we got Ken Granger now. Sam Colton, you're on deck. Benji Aggie, you're in the hole. Ken Granger moves on. 221.41.
For Matt Parker, you move on to the next round. Tommy Aggie, you're up. Blake Colton on deck. Brody Hopkins, you're in the hole.
Sam Colton, number 13, 226.27. Andy Aggie, you're on deck, and then we'll see what we got.
198.45, alongside for Tommy Aggie. Blake Colton, you're up. Brody Hodgkinson on deck. Jaden Salone in the hole.
Josh Blackburn, 227.47, 227.47. Ben Agee, you're up. Benji Agee, you're up. Glenn Abbott, you're on deck. Ryan Boswell, you're in the hole. Once again, friendly reminder, do not touch the scales on the outside or the inside. If there's something wrong, let us know. We'll get somebody on it. Do not adjust or reset the scales.
.05 for Blake Colton, moves on to the next round. Brody Hawkins, you're up. Jaden Sloan on deck. Bill Nisi in the hole.
All right, we got somebody. Benji Agee, hook to the green sled. Glenn Abbott, you're on deck. Ryan Boswell, you're in the hole. All right, I got Glenn Abbott here. You're up. Ryan Boswell, you're on deck. Tim Cutshaw, you're in the hole.
197.05, 197.05 for Brody Hawkins. Jaden Salone, you're up. Bill Nisi on deck. Charlie Martin in the hole.
That was Glenn Abbott, 231.47. Ryan Boswell, you're up. Tim Cutshaw, you're on deck. Dan, look out. You're in the hole.
173.45 for James Salone. Brody Hodgins, you'll move on to the next round. Bill Neese, you're up. Charlie Martin on deck. Jeff Metzger in the hole.
He pushes out Glenn Abbott. Ryan Boswell, he moves on. Tim Cutshaw, you're up. Ben LaCoste, you're on deck. Olin Simpkins, you're in the hole. Once again, do not mess with the scales. Let us know if you want to adjust something. Let us know. Don't touch them. $173.75 for Bill Neese.
Charlie Martin, you're up. Jeff Metzger on deck. Zach Kennedy in the hole.
Tim Cutshaw, 222.39. Ben, you're up. That's your number to beat, 222.39. Olin Simpkins, you're on deck. Dave Schaefer, you're in the hole. $178.45 for Charlie Martin.
You move on to the next round. Jeff Metzger, you're up. Zach Kennedy on deck. Steve Smith in the hole.
Ben Lookout, you're up. Olin Simpkins, you're on deck. Dave Schaefer, you're in the hole. David Jones, Matt Coons, J.C. New, Terry Brown, Rick Brickley, Chris Coons, Andy Bird, J.J. Kinsey, Ben Ritchie, you need to be across the scales. Tim Cutshaw moves on. Ben Lookout, 2:19:24. Olin Simpkins, you're up. Dave Schaefer, you're on deck. David Jones, you're in the hole.
.95 for Jeff Metzger. Zach Kennedy, you're up. Steve Smith on deck. Grant Thompson in the hole.
All right, Olin Simpkins blew the horn. Dave Schaefer, you're up. David Jones, you're on deck. Matt Coons, you're in the hole. J.C. New, Terry Brown, Rick Brickley, Chris Coons, Andy Bird, J.J. Kinsey, Ben Ritchie, Andrew Barnes. You need to be across the scales.
Zach Kennedy comes in with a 181.35, but Jeff Metzger will take the move on to the next round. Steve Smith, you're up. Grant Thompson on deck. Bill Lockhart in the hole.
Dave Schaefer, 227.93. He moves on. Dave Schaefer, you move on. David Jones, you're up. Matt Coons, you're on deck. JC New, you're in the hole. David Jones here on the green sled.
176.85, 176.85 for Steve Smith. Grant Thompson, you're up. Bill Lockhart on deck. Bill Carmen in the hole.
David Jones, 232.22. Matt Coons, that's going to be the distance to beat. You're up, Matt Coons, you're up. JC New, you're on deck. Terry Brown, you're in the hole. Rick Brickley, Chris Coons, Danny Bird, J.J. Kennedy, Ben Ritchie, Andrew Barnes, Andrew Mulkey, Brian Ruttrow, you need to be across the scale.
177.05, 177.05 by 0.2 of a foot. Grant Thompson, you'll move on to the next round. Bill Lockhart, you're up. Bill Carmen, you're on deck. Ben LeCount in the hole.
Matt Coons, 225.30, but not enough to beat David Jones. David Jones, you move on. JC New, you're up. Rick Brickley, you are in the hole. JCU, you're up. Terry Brown, you're on deck. Rick Brickley, you're in the hole.
200.65, 200.65 for Bill Lockhart. Bill Carmen, you're up. Ben LeCount on deck. Todd Voorhees, you're in the hole.
Rick Brinkley, you're on deck. Chris Coons, you're in the hole. Andy Bird, be ready. $167.60 for Bill Carmen. Bill Lockhart, though, will move on to the next round. Ben LeCount, you're up. Todd Voorhees, you're on deck. Mike Seidel in the hole. Terry Brown, you're up. Followed by Rick Brinkley, you're on deck. Chris Coons, you're in the hole. Andy Bird, J.J. Kinsey, Ben Ritchie, Andrew Barnes, Andrew Mulkey, Brian Ruttrow, Devon Palhamus, Brian O'Day, Dylan Card, Andy Chafin, Earl Griffiths, Zach Agee. You need to be across the scales and lined up. Terry Brown moves on. He edged out JCB. Terry Brown moves on.
196.85, 196.85 for Ben LeCount. Todd Voorhees, you're up. Mike Seidel on deck. Bobby Salone in the hole.
Brinkley, 232.96. Chris Coons, that's your number to beat. 232.96. Chris Coons, you're up. Andy Bird, you're on deck. J.J. Kinsey, you're in the hole. Ben Ritchie, you're thinking about it.
Mike Seidel, you're up. Bobby Sloan on deck. Dan Brown in the hole.
Briscoe's 2:30.44. He didn't beat Rico. Rick moves on. All right, I got Andy Bird, you're up. JJ Kinsey, you're on deck. Ben Ritchie, you're in the hole. Andrew Barnes, you're on the edge of the hole. Don't forget to get your ticket on the cut tire drawing up at the office. That's to help Garney Thacker pay medical expenses. Buy you a ticket, $5 I believe it was, for a tire cutting, drawing on a tire cut. Get you a ticket. CLL Sales for selling tickets for a 112 scale Franklin Mint Oliver 99. Draw Saturday. Do not have to be present to win. Ticket is $3 or 2 for $5.
208.30 for Mike Seidel. Bobby Salone, you're up. Dan Brown on deck. Greg Williams in the hole.
Sure to thank our sponsors, West Hills Tractor, Mead Tractor, Smoky Mountain Farmers Co-op. Andy Bird, 226.16, 226.16. JJ Kinsey, that's the number to beat. You're up. Ben Ritchie, you're on deck. Andrew Barnes, you're in the hole. All right, another of our sponsors, Enos Carmack. Thank you. George Stegman, Randy Ritchie and family.
$158.35, 158.35 for Bobby Salone. Mike Seidel, you move on to the next round. Dan Brown, you're up. Greg Williams on deck. Ken Reynolds in the hole.
Once again, don't adjust on the scales, the outside or the inside. Do not adjust the scales. If there's a problem, let us know. We'll get somebody. Do not block the fire lanes outside. Please keep them open. our sponsors, Wes Henry and Blaylock Construction Family.
$199.40 for Dan Brown. Greg Williams are up. Ken Reynolds on deck. James Grossman in the hole.
Andrew Mulkey, you're on deck. Brian Redrow, you're in the hole.
For Greg Williams, who will move on to the next round. Ken Reynolds, you're up. James Grossman on deck. Sam Schaefer, you're in the hole.
Andrew moves on. He beat Ben Ritchie. Andrew Barnes, he moves on. Dylan Carr, Andy Chapin, Earl Griffith, and Zach Davey be across the scales.
208.30, 208.30 for Ken Reynolds. James Grossman, you're up. Sam Schaefer on deck.
Mulkey blew the horn. Brian Rucktrow, you're up. Devin Paul Hamus, you're on deck. Brian O'Day, you're in the hole.
215.35 to James Grossman, who will move on to the next round. Sam Schaefer, you're up. Mike Stencil on deck. Randy Ritchie in the hole. If you were on the odd side and moved on to the next round, go and start getting scaled in on Heartbreaker side.
Dylan Card, you're in the hole. Andy Chapin, Earl Griffey, Zach Agee, be across the scales. We're about to finish up the first round, then the odds. We'll go to the Heartbreaker sled, and the evens will come over to the green side here. How about Thomas Johnson over here?
.55 for Sam Schaefer. Mike Stencil, you're up. Randy Ritchie on deck. Brody Egerton, you're on the hole.
All right, Devin Bohemus, you're up. Ryan O'Day, you're on deck. Dylan Card, you're in the hole. Andy Chapin, Earl Griffey, Zach Agee, you're on the pond bank. Paul Amos, 229.64. Ryan O'Day, that's your distance to beat. Cause you're up. Dylan Card, you're on deck. Andy Chapin, you're in the hole. For Mike Stencil. Sam Schaefer, you'll move on to the next round. O'Day, you're up. Dylan Card, you're on deck. Andy Chapin, you're in the hole. Earl Griffiths, you're behind Andy. Zach Agee, you'll be fishing up first round over here.
Randy Ritchie, you're up. Brody Edgerton on deck. Dennis Hogan in the hole.
Ryan O'Day, 229.13. Not enough to beat Devon. Devon, Paul Hamus, moves on. Dylan Card, you're up. Andy Chapin, you're on deck. Earl Griffiths, you're in the hole. .30 for Randy Ritchie. Brody Eggington, you're up. Dennis Hogan on deck. Tim Cutshaw in the hole. Dylan Card, 233.42. Andy Chapin, you're up. That's the distance for you to beat. Earl Griffiths, you're on deck. Zach Agee, you're in the hole. We're about to finish up the first round. Odds will go to the other side. Evens will come over to the green stand. .75 for Brody Egerton. We move on to the next round.
Dennis Hogan, you're up. Tim Cutshaw on deck. Round 2's in the hole. Odds, round 2 in the hole.
Andy Chapin, 240.56. Andy moves on. Earl Griffith, you're up. Zach Agee, you're on deck. We're about ready to start round 2. $210.65 for Dennis Hogan. Tim Cutshaw, you're up. Round 2, odds. You guys will be on deck after Tim Cutshaw. We need to put a little weight in the box before we start round 2. Just give a few minutes on that when we get done with Tim here. Zach Agee, that's what you gotta be. Zach Agee will be the last puller I have in round 1. Then we'll, gonna add some weight, we will start round 2. Evens need to be coming over to the announcer's slide, the green sled. Odds will go to the push hog sled. $213.35 for Tim Cutshaw. We'll move on to the next round.
Odds, stand by for 1 minute or so. We need to put a launcher weight in the box before we start the next round.
Didn't beat Earl Griffey's though. Earl moves on. All right, now we're getting ready for round 2. The odds will go to the other side on the bush hog sled. The evens will come over to the green sled. And it looks like I start out with Danny Ferguson, Gavin Grogan, Matt Parker, Blake Colton, Brody Hodgkins, Charlie Martin, Jeff Metzger, Grant Thompson. You need to be across the scales on the green sled. All right, green sled is ready. Danny Ferguson, you're up. Gavin Grogan, you're on deck. Matt Parker, you're in the hole. Blake Colton, you're on the edge of the hole. All right, I want to thank Shadowland Farms. They supplied both the John Deere tractors, and they are for sale. Check with George Stedman or Enos, whoever. All right, round 2 on the green sled. Danny Ferguson, you're up. Gavin Grogan, you're on deck. Matt Parker, you're in the hole. All righty, round 2, odds, over on the bush hog. Mark Lilly, you're up. Jason Hold'em on deck. Ken Granger in the hole. Danny Ferguson, 200.9, 200.9. Gavin Grogan, that's what you gotta beat, 200.9. Gavin, you're up. Matt Parker, you're on deck. Blake Colton, you're in the hole. .65 for Mark Livlin. Jason Hold'em, you're up. Ken Granger on deck. Benji Aggie, you're in the hole. Benny, you're gonna get run over. Gavin Grogan, 204.4, not enough to beat Danny. Danny, you move on. Matt Planker, you're up. Blake Dalton, you're on deck. Brody Hodgkin, you're in the hole. Charlie Martin, Jeff Metzger, Grant Thompson, Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees, Mike Siddell, Gray Williams, need to be across the scales. $185.80
for Jason Holdup. Mark Llewellyn, you'll move on to the next round. Ken Granger, you're up. Benji Aggie on deck. Ryan Boswell in the hole.
Parker, 200.27. Blake Dalton, you're up. Brody Hodgkin, you're on deck. Charlie Martin, you're in the hole. $179.25 for Ken Granger. Benji Aggie, you're up. Ryan Boswell on deck. Tim Crenshaw, you're 880. You're in the hole.
191.15 for Vinciaggi. We'll move on to the next round. Ryan Boswell, you're up. Tim Cutshaw, your 880 on deck. Dave Schaefer, you're in the hole.
Brody Hotchkiss, you're up. Charlie Martin, you're on deck. Jeff Metzger, you're in the hole. Brody Hodgkin, I may drop the hammer. 208.55. Charlie Martin, there's your distance to beat. You're up. Jeff Metzger, you're on deck. Grant Thompson, you're in the hole.
$197.95. Ryan Boswell.
Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees, Mike Siddell, Gray Williams, James Grossman, Sam Schaefer, Brody Egerton, Tim Cutshaw. You need to be across the scales for the green sled. All right, Charlie Martin, 202.95. Didn't beat Brody though. Brody Hodgkin moves on. Jeff Metzger, you're up. Grant Thompson, you're on deck. Bill Lockhart, you're in the hole.
$191.30 for Tim Cutshaw. Ryan Boswell, you'll move on to the next round. Dave Schaefer, you're up. David Jones on deck. Terry Brown in the hole.
20981. Grant Thompson, you're up. Bill Lockhart, you're on deck. Todd Voorhees, you are in the hole.
.35, 188.35 for Dave Schaefer. David Jones, you're up. Terry Brown on deck. Rick Brinkley in the hole.
Grant Thompson, you're up. Bill Lockhart, you're on deck. Todd Voorhees, you're in the hole. Mike Sedell, Gray Williams, James Grossman, Sam Schaefer, Brody Egerton, and Tim Cutshaw be across the scale. All right, Grant Thompson, 204.55, but not enough to beat Jeff. Jeff Metzger moves on. Bill Lockhart, you're up. Todd Voorhees, you're on deck. Mike Sedell, you're in the hole.
.192 even for David Jones, who'll move on to the next round. Terry Brown, you're up. Rick Brinkley on deck. J.J. Kinsey in the hole.
Bill Lockhart, 207.81. Todd Voorhees, you're up. Mike Sedell, you're on deck. Gray Williams, you're in the hole.
.182.60 for Terry Brown. Rick Brinkley, you're up. J.J. Kinsey on deck. Andrew Barnes in the hole.
All right, Todd Voorhees, 207.81. 207.81. He's tied with Bill Lockhart. Grossman, you're in the hole.
199.60 for Rick Brinkley. Moving on to the next round. JJ Kinsey, you're up. Andrew Barnes on deck. Brian Rutroff in the hole.
All right. Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees, you're going to come back at the end of round 2 on the green sled, and you two will pull again. You both tied. So Mike Siddell, you're up. Gray Williams, you're on deck. James Grossman, you're in the hole. Sam Schaefer, Brody Egerton, Tim Cutshaw, Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees. You will be on the green sled. Mike Siddell, 209.41, 209.41. Gray Williams, you're up.
On deck. Kevin Paul Hamus, you're in the hole.
Once again, Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees, you'll have to come back, and we'll have to pull you two again. You tied up. We'll do it at the end of the class. Gray Williams, you're up. James Grossman, you're on deck. Sam Schaefer, you're in the hole. Gray Williams, 206.95. Not enough to beat Michael. Mike moves on. James Grossman, you're up. Sam Schaefer, you're on deck. Brody Egerton, you're in the hole.
174.25, 174.25. JJ Kinsey, you're moving on to the next round. Brian Rutroff, you're up. Devin Paul Amos on deck. Andy Chapin in the hole.
James Grossman, 211.01, 211.01. Sam Schaefer, you're up. Brody Egerton, you're on deck. Tim Cutshaw, you're in the hole. Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees, you got to come back in and do a pull-off.
.05, 180.05 for Brian Rutroff. Kevin Paul Amos, you're up. Andy Chapin on deck. Earl Grips in the hole.
Sam Schaefer, you're up. Brody Egerton, you're on deck. Tim Cutshaw, you're in the hole. Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees. We got to pull you two off again. So, you'll come in at the end of the class. Sam Schaefer moves on. .213.13, 213.13. Brody Egerton, you're up. Tim Cutshaw, you're in the hole. Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees, you're all right behind Tim.
.192.80 for Devin Paul Amos. We'll move on to the next round. Andy Chapin, you're up. Earl Griffs on deck. Round 3, evens. You guys are in the hole.
All right, Brody Egerton, 198.49. Tim Cutshaw, you're up.
197 even, 197 even for Andy Chapin. Earl Griffs, you're up. Round 3, evens. You guys are on deck.
Once again, no air compressors past the scale. No gas cans, no air compressors past the scale. Tim Cutshaw, 202.5, 202.5. Tim Cutshaw moved on. All right, pull off. Bill Lockhart, Todd Voorhees, you're up. All right, I got a pull off with Bill Lockhart and Todd Voorhees. Whichever one of you gets to the scale first.
I think Earl had it in the wrong gear here, so we'll back him up really quick as he managed to stop before the cones. Round 3 evens. Have yourselves ready to go on the other side.
Bill Lockhart, 2:12.04. Todd, you're up. That's the distance to beat. 2:12.04. Then we're going to swap sides again. All right, for the green sled, Mark Plevin, Benji Agee, Ryan Boswell, David Jones, Rick Brickley, J.J. Kinsey, Devon Paul Hamus, Andy Chapin. You need to be across the scales. On the Bush Hog sled, Danny Ferguson, Blake Colton, Brody Hodgkins, Tim Metzger, Tim Cutshaw, Sam Schaefer, Mike Sedale. All right, Todd with 2:01.64 does not beat Bill Lockhart. Bill Lockhart moves on. Mark Plevin, Benji Agee, Ryan Broswell, David Jones. Mark, you're up. Benji Agee, you're on deck. Ryan Boswell, you're in the hole.
All right, round 3, odds. Danny Ferguson, you're up. Blake Colton on deck. Brody Hopkins, you're in the hole.
Round 3, Mark, you're up. Andy Agee, you're on deck. Ryan Broswell, you're in the hole.
One, 183.50, 183.50 for Danny Ferguson. Blake Colton, you're up. Brody Hopkins on deck. Jeff Metzger in the hole.
Mark Blevin, 197.47, 197.47. Benji Agee, you're up. Ryan Boswell, you're on deck. David Jones, you're in the hole. Once again, Double L Sales is giving away a 1/12 scale Franklin Mint Oliver 99 diesel tractor. That's at 1 p.m. Saturday. You do not have to be here to win. Tickets, $3 each, or 2 for $5. I want to thank our sponsors again. Wes Henry and Playlock Construction Family, Randy Ritchie and family, George Stedman, okay enough George, Enos Carmack, Blake Colton will move on to the next round. Hodgkins, you're up. Jeff Metzger on deck. Bill Lockhart in the hole. Once again, no air compressors, air tanks past the scales, no gas cans. Watch for the skid steer straight to the track. Don't block the fire lane. $211.30 for
Brody Hopkins. Jeff Metzger, you're up. Bill Lockhart on deck. Mike Seidel in the hole.
Farmers Co-op, lead tractor. Boswell. 215, North 18. 215, North 18. David Jones, you're up. Rick Brickley, you're on deck. JJ Kinsey, you're in the hole. All right, West Hills Tractor, another one of our sponsors. Thank you. Let's see some hats. Where we at with the hats? Need Tractor, West Hills. Everyone involved with putting tractor pull on, thank you. Shadowland Farms, got some John Deere tractors supplied. They're for sale. See George Stedman. David Jones, you're up. Rick Brickley, you're on deck. JJ Kinsey, you're in the hole.
$214.15. Jeff Metzger, you'll move on to the next round. Bill Lockhart, you're up. Mike Seidel on deck. Sam Schaefer in the hole.
David Jones, 219.36. David Jones. David moves on. Rick Brickley, you're up. JJ Kinsey, you're on deck. Devon Paul Hamas, you're in the hole. David Jones, beat Ryan Boswell. David Jones, 219.36. Be sure to visit Double L Sale, giving away a 112 scale Franklin Mint Oliver 99 diesel tractor at 1 Saturday. You do not have to be present to win. Tickets are $3 each. Or 2 for $5.
$207.75 for Bill Lockhart. Mike Seidel, you're up. Sam Schaefer on deck. Tim Cutshaw in the hole.
Rick Brickley, 212.61. 212.61. JJ Kinsey, you're up. Devon Paul Hamas, you're on deck. Andy Chapin, you're in the hole. 3 more pullers and we'll start the next round. Once again, thank our sponsors, Wes Henry and Blaylock Construction Family, Stowers Caterpillar, Randy Ritchie and Family, George Stedman. Hold your hand up, George. Enos Carmack. Looks like George, just shorter. Dreams Outdoors, Miles Gilday.
204.05. Bill Lockhart, you'll move on to the next round. Sam Chapin, you're up. Tim Cutshaw on deck.
J.J. Kinsey, 209.64. Not enough to beat Rick Brinkley, though. Rick moves on. Devon Paul Hamus, you're up. Andy Chapin, you're on deck. Once again, owner sponsors, Smoky Mountain Farmers Co-op for delivering our diesel. Mead Tractor, need some hats, Mead Tractor. West Hills Tractor, need some hats. Shadowland Farms, John Deere is sitting outside. They are for sale. See George Stedman.
Well, 203.60, but that horn, that pesky horn got you there, Sam. Going down as a DQ, 203.60 as a DQ. Tim Cutshaw, you're up. And then quarterfinals, odd side, you guys will be on deck.
Devon Paul Hamus, 216.21, 216.21. Andy Chapin, that's the number to beat. And we're moving on to the quarterfinals. Be sure to visit Double L Sales. Get you a ticket on the Oliver 99, 1/12 scale. $3 each for a ticket or 2 for $5.
200.95 for Tim Cutshaw, who will move on to the next round.
All right, on the green sled, I need Blake Colton, Jeff Metzger, Bill Lockhart, Tim Cutshaw. Be going across the scales for the green sled. All right, Andy Chapin, blew the horn, 163.46. Devon Paul Hamus, you move on. Benji Agee, David Jones, Rick Brickley, Devon Paul Hamus, you will move to the Bush Hog sled. All right, I need on the green Mackey sled, Blake Colton, Jeff Metzger, Bill Lockhart, Tim Cutshaw. Blake Colton, you're up. Jeff Metzger, you're on deck. Bill Lockhart, you are in the hole. Tim Cutshaw, you're on the edge of the hole.
Benji Agee, if you're ready to go, let's get the Elite 8 going. David Jones, you're on deck. Rick Brinkley in the hole. So the winners of this round, they're in the money. They're guaranteed money in the next round.
On the green sled, Blake Colton, you're up. Jeff Metzger, Bill Lockhart, Tim Cutshaw, in that order.
Winner moves on to the money round, the final four.
Blake Colton, 211.87, 211.87. Jeff Metzger, you're up. Bill Lockhart, you're on deck. Tim Cutshaw, you're in the hole. This is off the green sled.
204.10, 204.10 for Benji Agee. David Jones, you're up. Rick Brinkley on deck. Devin Paul Hamus in the hole. Again, winners move on to the money round, the final four. .206 even. David Jones, you're in the money round. You're in the quarterfinals. chalk side. Devin Hall-Hamus on deck. Bill Lockhart, you're up on making sled. Tim Cutshaw on deck.
All right, folks, Tim Cutshaw's had mechanical difficulties, so he's had to scratch. All Bill Lockhart has to do is make a qualifying pass, and he will move on to the next round. Cutshaw had mechanical scratch. So Lockhart will move to the next round.
209.50, 209.50 for Rick Brinkley. Devin Hall-Hamus, you're up. Devin's up right now. She needs a 209 or better to go to the next round.
I have my two, Metzger and Lockhart. They're moving to the other side, pull off that one. And that'll get us down there 1, 2, or 3 or 4.
209.50 DJ or better is what she needs. .50, not enough to catch Rick Brinkley, who will move on to the money round. Okay.
You ready?
Jeff Metzger, you're up first. Bill Lockhart, you're on deck on the Heartbreaker side.
And David Jones should be on this side, and then Rick Brinkley. And that should get us our final 4. Now, immediately after that, pull your tractor over, and then you 4 guys should come to the announcer's table right after this round. I'll get it spit out next week.
And this, you guys are in the money. You're guaranteed money.
Just a reminder, no air compressors past the scale. But can't have it out here in the staging area. And if we catch it on your tractor on the track, you're out. $199.95 for Jeff Metzger. David Jones had a 221.64, 221.64. That's the mark for Mr. Brinkley to hit. He's on the scale. All right, that's fine. We're good. As long as we're in the area.
Bill Lockhart, if you're cooled off and ready to go, you're up.
Well up now, Double L Sales having a drawing on the Franklin Mint Oliver 99, and the East Tennessee Association's got a bunch of St. Jude raffle drawing up there. Throw your money down, Can't win if you don't enter. Don't care who you are. Aiden Justin can't win if he don't buy a ticket. All right, Rick's coming in. Lockhart's on the go. We're ready to go again. So 221 and 64 to Rick Brickley, 212 and 67. Pull it over to the side, and I need you two guys to come to the announcer's table.
By a distance of 2 feet exactly, Jeff Metzger moves on to the finals. 197.95. So Jeff, Bill, David, and Rick, you guys can make your way to the announce stand really quick. I greatly appreciate it. Hey Bill, you want to come over here for a few minutes?
Jeff, Bill, David, and Rick. All right, we've got that settled. Oh me. We are going to run the championship round first. They want to run on the other side, both sets did, because they want to go across those scales. I don't know what the hold up is, hang up is, but anyway, everybody gets that. But Jeff Metzger will be our first puller, David Jones will be second for 1 and 2, and then Bill Lockhart, and then Rick Stickley for our 3 and 4.
Jeff, you ready? 12:30. .50. This is for the finals. This is the winner of the class right here. David Jones, you're up next. Determine the winner. Bill Lockhart, you're on deck.
They're all sitting and waiting. 32, well, let's get all this over. They can start bringing in the 32 tractor bracket. If you know you're at the start of each side, you start easing in the building.
Rick
32
Brinkley.
tractor bracket.
Rick Brinkley, you're in the hole. Bill Lockhart and Rick Brinkley are the consolation, determined 3 and 4. So this hook right here is for all the marbles.
Bill Lockhart. Bill, need you to wait. Need you to go ahead and wait. This is the way it works. We need you to wait.
Distance to beat, 200.50.
I'm not just yelling now. That's why I'm
We've got a tie again, 200.50. All right, so you guys go cool off for a minute and think about that.
We'll run to 3 and 4 and then come back and run 1 and 2 again.
This ain't best 2 out of 3, guys. I'm sorry. So Bill, if you're good to go, we'll go and get you guys taken care of first. David and Jeff, run across the scale if you guys are cool enough to go across and get ready to go for round 2.
All right, 32 tractor bracket. Odds are on the south side of the building. Evens are on the north side of the building. Taylor Givens, Bo State, Larry Gray, Joe Davis, Calvin Draper, R.M. Mobley. That'll get me my first 6 tractors on the odd side. On the upper side of the building, Logan Young, Andy Holdeman, Brandon Draper, Jerry Smith, John DeVotai, Trent Gray. That'll be our first 6 on the other side.
.95 for Bill Lockhart. Rick Brinkley, you're up. Jeff Metzger on deck. David Jones in the hole.
Gonna take a good run. Bill Lockhart had a really good pass. Here comes David Jones back across the scales. Metzger's already across, so we're ready for the round 2 of 1 and 2. Once again, if you're coming in for the 32 tractor bracket, the odd tractors are on the announcer side, the even tractors are on the opposite side, upper side of the building. Yep. Cody jumped out of that beaver hole, that gopher hole. He's looking to see you on the even side. All right, on the 32 bracket pool, we need on the green sled, Taylor Gibbons, Bo Stakey, Larry Gray, Joe Davis, Calvin Draper, R.M. Mobley, Jeff Fuller, Dennis Thornburg. Be going across the scales on the announcer side. I need a jump box. Anybody close got a jump box? There we go. Thank you. All right, jump box got him going, so we're ready to go here. This is for 3rd or 4th place. And he did it. About 185. He blew the horn at 185. Yeah, that's still full of it. He just gets 4th. Yeah. Yep. Bill Lockhart will have 3rd. Rick, somebody tell him to bring it down right here. Bring it in here. I don't know where Bill Lockhart went. I need him to bring his tractor back in right in front of the announcer stand.
All right, Jeff, you're up. David, you're on deck. Go Ties. There must be a winner.
All right, I don't know yet. We're in the pull-off for 1st and 2nd right now. Jeff Metzger getting ready. They tied at 200.50. I need Bill Lockhart and Moline back in the building. Bill Lockhart and Moline right in front of the announcer stand.
206.20 for Jeff Metzger. Bring it on the other side of the track here, Jeff. Mark it down at this end of the track.
All right, David Jones, our last man in the 64 tractor bracket, if we don't have another tie. That'll be good.
Jeff Metzger, you win the 5250 6-mile-an-hour bracket class. David Jones, bring your tractor next time. Rick down here.
All right, David. Can you come after David and I'll put you in here too? Get on one side and hand him the check and let him get in the middle. Let him sort of get in the middle there. All right. Yeah. Dinner's on Jeff tonight, guys. Now the alcohol's on you, but the dinner's on Jeff. I think, Jeff, you had a pretty good run back in March in this building. I believe you're starting to like this place. All right. You got a picture? All right, anybody you want to thank?
The club for putting on a great event. That's it.
Okay, we'll move to our second place man here. David, get right in there in the middle. Right in there in front of your tractor. You get in front of your tractor. Yeah. All right, anybody you want to thank, David?
Now, I just go have a good time.
Okay. Bill. Rick. All right. Bill, anybody you want to thank?
I'd like to thank all my friends and family and everyone for putting this on. It's a great event. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. All right, our fourth place man here, Rick Rifkin. Had a little bit of trouble with the line. The battery didn't want to run. All right, Rick. All right, anybody you want to thank? Oh, my daughter. Let me drive it. All right, thank y'all for coming. Congratulations to your 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the 64 tractor bracket.
Give us about 5 minutes here, we'll be on our way. Odds are on the green sled, evens are on the bush hog. On the odd side, Taylor Gibbons, Bo Stakey, Larry Gray, Joe Davis, Calvin Graver, R.M. Mobley. Okay, on this class, 4750, 4-mile-an-hour bracket full, 32 tractors. Out of bounds. The white line. The tractor goes over the sled. You're disqualified. You blow the horn past the cones, you're disqualified. No air compressors or gas cans passing the scales. Watch for the skid steer. You need to see that well backing up. I've done seen about 2 get hit today. That's enough. Benny, I got a thumbs up. Good. All right, thumbs up. Taylor Gibbons, you're up. Bo Stakey, you're on deck. Larry Gray, you're in the hole.
On the bush hog, you got Logan Young, you're up. Andy Holman, you're on deck. Brandon Driver, you're in the hole. Taylor Gibbons, 2:21:36. Bo Stakey, you're up. Larry Gray, you're on deck. Joe Davis, you're in the hole. .05 for Logan. Andy Holman, you're on deck. Brent Travers, you're on deck. Jerry Smith, you're in the hole. We're going to tighten the green sled up. Taylor Gibbons, come on back in. You're going to pull again. Taylor Gibbons, if you bring your tractor back in, you're going to have to pull again. We're going to tighten the sled up. Taylor Gibbons, bring your tractor back. For Andy Holman. Brett Driver, you're up next. All right, that'll work. Taylor Gibbons, 191.12, 191.12. Bo State, you're up next. Larry Gray, you're on deck. Joe Davis, you're in the hole. Calvin Graver, R.M. Mobley, Jeff Fuller, Dennis Thornburg, Mike Holdup, Peter Smith, be across the scales.
2-5 for Brad. Gary Smith, you're on deck. Don the boat tie, you're on deck. Trent Gray, you're in the hole. All right. All right, post eight, 190.84. Not enough to get Taylor Gibbons. Taylor Gibbons moves on. Larry Gray, you're up. Joe Davis, you're on deck. Calvin Graver, you're in the hole. Brandon Bradford, you're moving on. Don the boat tie, you're on deck. Trent Gray, you're on deck. Owen Simpson, you are in the hole. Larry Gray, 193.81. Joe Davis, you're up. That's the distance to beat, 193.81.
All right, Joe Davis, 193.75. He does not beat Larry Gray. Larry Gray moves on. Calvin Graber, you're up. R.M. Mobley, you're on deck. Jeff Fuller, you're in the hole.
Olin Simmons, you're up next. William New, you're on deck. Zach Kennedy, you're in the hole.
Calvin Graber, 172.95. Front end in the air. R.M. Mobley, you're up. Jeff Fuller, you're on deck. Dennis Thornburg, you're in the hole. Mike Holdup, Junior Smith, Kyle Griffiths, Grant Thompson, Reuben Young, Jeff Davis, Clyde Norton, Ken Reynolds. Be across the scales on the green sled.
Olin Simpson, you're up next. William Simpson, Liam New, you're on deck. Zach Kennedy, you're in the hole.
R.M. Mobley, 174.20. R.M., you move on. You beat Calvin Graber out. Jeff Fuller, you're up. Dennis Thornburg, you're on deck. Mike Holdup, you are in the hole. Once again, this is a 32 tractor bracket pull, 4 mile an hour, 47.50.
Leah New, you're on next. Zach Kennedy, you're on next. Next post, you're in the hole.
Fuller, 203.01. He brought the big mean green on deck. Shooter Smith, you're in the hole. You're on deck. Blake Colton, you're in the hole. Dennis Thornburg, 181.86. Not enough to beat Jeff Fuller. Jeff Fuller, you move on. Mike Holdup, you're up. Shooter Smith, you're on deck. Kyle Griffiths, you're in the hole. Even. 147 even for Zach. Kate Posey, you're up next. Blake Holt, you're on deck. Ern Fisher, you're in the hole. All right, be sure to visit Double L Sales. They're giving away a 112 scale Franklin Mint Oliver 99 diesel tractor. That will be at 1 p.m. Saturday. You do not have to be here to win. Tickets are $3 each or 2 for $5. $189.75 for Mike Holdup. $189.75. Shooter Smith, you're up. Kyle Griffiths, you're on deck. Brent Thompson, you're in the hole.
you are moving on. Blake Colton, you're up next. Herb Pfister, you're on deck. Dustin Hines, you are in the hole.
Juder Smith, 185.58. Juder Smith, 185.58. Not enough to beat Mike Holdup. Mike Holdup, you move on. Kyle Griffey, you're up. Grant Thompson, you're on deck. Ruben Young, you're in the hole.
204.95. 204.95 for Blake Colton. Aaron Pfister, you're up next. Dustin Hines, you're on deck. David Jones, you are in the hole.
All right. Kyle Griffey, 174.78. 174.78. Grant Thompson, you're up. That's the distance to beat. Ruben Young, you're on deck. Jeff Davis, you're in the hole. We got a few more pullers in the first round, then we'll move on to the second. Odds will go to the bush hog sled, and then evens will come to the green sled. Grant Thompson, you move on. You beat Kyle Griffey's out with 175.40. Grant Thompson, you move on. Ruben Young, you're up. Jeff Davis, you're on deck. Brian Norton, you're in the hole. Thought there was a freight train coming through.
up next. David Jones, you're on deck. Larry Gingerly, you're in the hole. All right, Reuben Young, you're up. Jeff Davis is on deck. Clyde Norton's in the hole. Ian Reynolds is behind Clyde. Then we'll start the second round. Second round, odds will go to the Bush Hog sled, evens will come to the green sled. Reuben Young, 183.35, 183.35. Jeff Davis, that's the distance to beat, 183.35. You're up. Clyde Norton, you're on deck. Ken Reynolds, you're in the hole. Taylor Gibbons, Larry Gray, R.M. Mosley, Jeff Fuller, Mike Holdup, Grant Thompson. You will be going to the other side on the Bush Hog sled. David Jones, you're up next. Larry Gingerly, you're on deck. Hayden, you're in the hole. How you doing back there, Jeff? Got a thumbs up? All right, Jeff Davis, 155.63. Not enough to beat Reuben Young. Reuben Young, you move on. Clyde Norton, you're up. Ken Reynolds, you're on deck. After Ken, we'll start round 2. Taylor Gibbons, Larry Gray, R.M. Mobley, Jeff Fuller, Mike Holdup, Grant Thompson, Reuben Young. You need to go to the other side on the Bush Hog sled. Larry Gingerly, you're up next. Hayden Supplement, you're on deck.
Mr. Clyde Norton, 175.46, 175.46. Ken Reynolds, you're up. Andy Alderman, Brandon Graber, John DeBota, Olin Simpkins, Kate Posey, Aaron Fisher, Dustin Hines. You need to be going across the scales on the green sled on the announcer's side. Be going across the scales, that way we can go round two. Taylor Gibbons, Larry Gray, R.M. Mobley, Jim Fuller. Make your way to the other side on the Bush Hog sled. $200.20 for Larry. 80 supplements, you're up next. Taylor Gibbons, Larry Gray, R.M. Mobley, Jeff Fuller. Mark Lotta, Grant Thompson, Ruben Young. Need you on the rough call side. Ken Reynolds, 185.75. He beats out Clyde of 186.21. 186.21. He beats out Clyde Norton. Ken Reynolds, you move on. On the green slide, second round, Andy Holderman, Brandon Graber, John DeBota, Olin Simpkins, Caden Posey, Aaron Fisher, Dustin Hines, Larry Gendry. All right, Andy Holderman, and away we go.
you're on deck. Jeff Fuller, you're in the hole.
Andy Holderman, 187.8, 187.8. Brandon Graver, you're up. John DeBotai, you're on deck. Olin Simpkins, you're in the hole.
R.M. Mobley, you're up next. Jeff Fuller, you're on deck. Michael Duff, you're in the hole.
Brandon Graver, 191.18. He pushes out Andy. Brandon moves on. John DeBotai, you're up. Olin Simpkins, you're on deck. Kate Posey, you're in the hole. All right, don't forget to thank our sponsors. Shadowland Farms. Got a couple of John Deeres for sale outside. Check them out. See George Stedman. This event's being streamed live on YouTube, I believe. Robert Drawbridge, I believe, is who it is. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, West Hills Tractor, Meade Tractor, Smoky Mountain Farmers Co-op for delivering diesel fuel. John DeBotai, 188.66, 188.66. Olin, you're next. Or you're up, yeah, you're next. Or up, whichever we call it. Kate Posey, you're on deck. Aaron Fisher, you're in the hole. Dustin Hines and Larry Gingery will be behind Aaron. Then we'll go to round 3. And swap to the other side. When we get down to the final 4, we'll meet with the drivers. See how they want to do it.
219.55 for 10-4. You are moving on. Mike Hodges, you're up next. Grant Thompson, you're on deck. Ruben Young, you're in the hole.
Olin Simpkins, 192.61. He knocks out John the Bowtie. Olin moves on. Caden Posey, you're up. Aaron Fisher, you're on deck. Dustin Hines, you're in the hole. Larry Gentry, you're right. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, George Stedman, Enos Carmack, Greens Outdoor, Miles Gilday, Randy Ritchie and family, Wes Henry and Blaylock Construction family. .50 for Mike. Grant Thompson, you're up next. Ruben Young, you're on deck. Ian Reynolds, you are in the hole. Posey, 176.43. 176.43. Aaron Fisher, you're up. Dustin Hines, you're on deck. Larry Gentry, you're in the hole. When we get to the final four drivers, we'll talk to them, make a few decisions. But we got a few to go forward today. .213.80 for Grant. Mike Hodges, you're moving on. Ruben Young, you're on next. Ian Reynolds, you're on deck.
Fisher moves on. Dustin Hines, you're up. Larry Gingerly, you're on deck.
For Ruben. Ken Reynolds, you're up next. .98 for Dustin Hines. Larry Gingery, that's what you gotta beat. You're up. Brandon Graber, Olin Simpkins, Aaron Fisher, you will go to the Bush Hog sled. Larry Gray, Jim Fuller, Mike Cottle on this side, on the green side. Once we get the bracket pulls done, hold on. If we don't change, it looks like on the green side, we'll do the 4,000 pound, 14 mile an hour. But you got a little bit of time, so don't get in a real rush. You are moving on. Larry Gingery, 196.44. He beats Dustin Hines. Larry moves on. Go to the other side. Okay, round 3 on the green sled. Larry Gray, you're up. Jim Fuller, you're on deck. Mike Holdup, you're in the hole. Ken Reynolds, you are behind Mike. Once we get down to the final 4, we'll get over here for the drivers.
203.24. Jim Fuller.
Olin Simmons, you're up next. Aaron Fisher, you're on deck. Larry Fisher, you're in the hole.
Jim Fuller, 190.66. He didn't beat Larry Gray. Larry Gray moves on. Mike Holdup, you're up. Ken Reynolds, you're on deck. When we get the final four figured out, we'll meet over here at the sled, talk to the drivers, and we'll finish it up. All right. Mike Holdup, 187.41, 187.41. Ken Reynolds, you're up.
For Olin. Brandon Bradford, you're moving on. Larry Fisher, you're up next. Larry Chitterley, you're on deck.
All right, 199.9.
.95, Brad. Larry Chitterley, you're up next. That's the number to beat, 215.95.
All right, Larry Gray and Ken Reynolds, you will go to the bush hog sled. We'll pull that. Brandon Graver, you'll be coming to the green sled. All right, Larry Gray and Ken Reynolds, you will go to the bush hog sled.
Aaron Fisher, you're moving on.
All right, on the green sled, Brandon Graver. You're up. Aaron Fisher, you're right behind him. Aaron Fisher, you will be going to the green sled. Don't worry, we got a plan. We'll be all right. I better be impressed. Come on, you got this. Go get it. Fisher, 183.06. She is still in the final four, though.
We need Larry Gray, Ken Reynolds.
All right, I need Brandon Graver, Larry Gray, Aaron Fisher, Ken Reynolds over here at the announcer's stand. All right, on the bush hog sled, Brandon Graber and Larry Gray are gonna go head to head here. Then Aaron Fisher and Ken Reynolds, they're going for third and fourth. Brandon and Larry are going for first and second. All right, on the bush hog sled, we'll be finishing up for 47.50, 4 mile an hour bracket pull. Brandon Graber, Larry Gray, Aaron Fisher, Ken Reynolds. On the green sled, number 1, when we get done with checks and everything, it will be 4,000 pounds, 14 mile an hour.
All right, on these 14 mile an hour cycles, if you get into the wall with your tractor, you're responsible for it, I'm not. So you surely know to stop at the end of the track. If you get hit that hole there, John, it ain't my fault.
All right, Brandon Graber. Brandon Graber, 205.90. Larry Gray, you're up. Brandon Graber, bring your tractor over here in front of the announcer's stand and back it in. All right, Larry Gray, 205.25, second place. All right, Aaron Fisher and Ken Reynolds, you're up for third and fourth. All right, Brandon Graber had 205.9, Larry Gray had 205.25. I mean, just getting there. Tough. Aaron Fisher, 194.35, 194.35. Bring your tractor over, Aaron, back her in. All right, Ken Reynolds is the last puller on the bracket pole. Ooh, boy, be a good day for a tractor pull. brings him in fourth place with Aaron Fisher in third. All right, now we're gonna go down there and do the fun part. We're gonna give some checks out if I don't fall. If I fall, it'll be like Batman down, just leave it there. Got Brandon Graber, number 1 in the 4750 bracket pool, first place. Thank you. We got Larry Gray, second place in the bracket pool. Good job, tough. I mean, just about right there. Aaron Fisher got a big old smile here, third place in the bracket pool. We got Ken Reynolds, fourth place in the bracket pool here. Done a great job. Okay, we got our checks gave out. We'll get some lineups going. We'll be ready to start the next classes.
We're just waiting on a little piece of paperwork to fill out here, and then we're good to go. All right, looks like I got paperwork for the 4,000-pound, 14-mile-an-hour class. If Cale Minky's all good to go. Jeremy Smith, you are up. Connor Cook on deck. Randy Blanchard in the hole. 4,000-pound, 14-mile-an-hour class.
On the bush hog side, 6,000-pound, 4 mile an hour. I've got Clyde Norton up first, Chris Kuntz on deck. Kevin Meschenhofer, you're in the hole. $199.07. That's probably going to be the mark to beat in the class. Clyde Norton, you're up first.
Connor Cook, you're up. Randy Blanchard on deck. Mark Bevelin, you're in the hole. Belivin, you're in the hole. $175.50, but he has blowed the horn.
Chris Kuntz, you're up next. Kevin Meschenhofer, you're on deck. Daniel Hodge, you're in the hole.
205.52 for Connor Cook. 205.52. Randy Blanchard, you're up. Mark Levin, you're on deck. Chris Light in the hole. .206.50 for Randy Blanchard. Mark Levin, you're up. Chris Light on deck. Mark Valentine in the hole.
182.80, 182.80 for Chris. Heavy Mitchell Hopper, you're up next. Daniel Hodge, you're on deck. JJ Kinsley, you're in the hole.
Mark Levin, you're up. Yep, you're up, Mark. Mark Levin, you're up.
Daniel Hodge, you're up next. JJ Kinsley, you're on deck. Bill Carmen, you're in the hole.
197.81, 197.81 for Mark Levin. Chris Light, you're up. Mark Valentine on deck. Mike Stenzel in the hole.
Bill Carmen, you're on deck. Chad Jolly, you are in the hole.
.209.30 for Chris Light. Mark Valentine, you're up. Mike Stenzel, you're on deck. Ryan Herbst in the hole. 197.18, 197.18 for Mark Valentine. Mike Stencil, you're up. Ryan Hart's on deck. Marshall Lynch in the hole.
188.90, 188.90 for JJ. Bill Cartman, you're up next. Chad Jolly, you're on deck. Reuben Young, you're in the hole.
.18 for Mike Stencil. Ryan Hertz, you're up. Marshall Lynch on deck. Curtis Elliott in the hole. $166.15 for Bill. .78 for Ryan Hertz. Marshall Lynch, you're up. Curtis Elliott on deck. Don Wright in the hole.
Chad Jolly, you're up next. Reuben Young, you're on deck. Ben LeCount, you're up in the hole. .204.67 for Marshall Lynch. Curtis Elliott, you are up. Don Wright on deck. Bobby Hayden in the hole. 179.80, 179.80 for Chad. Ruben Young, you're up next. Ben LeCount, you're on deck. Zach Kennedy, you are in the hole.
For Curtis Elliott. Don Wright, you're up. Bobby Hinton on deck. Ryan Boswell in the hole. $177.45, $177.45 for Ruben. Ben LeCount, you're up next. Zach Kennedy, you're on deck. Mike Sedell, you're in the hole. $180.72 for Don Wright. Bobby Hinton, you're up. Ryan Boswell on deck. DJ Paul Hamus, you're in the hole. $176.70 for Ben. Zach Kennedy, you're on next. Mike Sedell, you're on deck. Josh Blackburn, you're in the hole. .68 for Bobby Hinton. It looks like you lost a wheelie bar in the process. DJ Paul Amos, you're on deck. Dale Bradley in the hole.
$175.40, 175.040 for Zach. Mike Sedell, you're up next. Josh Blackburn, you're on deck. Brian Butterback, you're in the hole.
And there's the new leader. 210.27 for Ryan Boswell. DJ Paul Amos, you're up. Dale Bradley on deck. Tim Cutshaw in the hole. 5,500 pound, 12 mile an hour, guys. I don't have paperwork yet, but if you know you're in the class, go and bring yourselves in and roll across the scale. You guys are going to be on the making sled, the green sled.
for Mike. Josh Blackburn, you're up next. Brian Brunback, you're on deck. Ken Reynolds, you're in the hole.
.58 for DJ Paul Amos. Dale Bradley, you're up. Tim Cutshaw on deck. Andy Chapin, you'll be the first puller in the 5,500 pound, 12 mile an hour. You're in the hole. 210.50, 210.50. Taking the lead away from Ryan Boswell by a quarter inch. With one tractor left. Tim Cutshaw, you are up.
190.
Chapin, you're on deck. Randy Blanchard in the hole. You two are the first pullers for the 55, 12 mile an hour.
190.10 for Josh Blackburn. Ryan Brumback, you're up next. Ken Reynolds, you're on deck. Ben LeCount, you're in the hole.
Not enough to catch Dale Bradley, who takes the class. That finishes off that class, moves on to 5,500 pounds, 12 mile an hour. Andy Chapin, you're up. Randy Blanchard on deck. Sam Schaefer in the hole.
185.60, 185.60 for Brian. Ken Reynolds, you're up next. Ben LeCount, you're on deck. Danny Ferguson, you're in the hole.
Well, a 182.26, but the DQ horn got you there on this one there, Andy. Randy Blanchard, you're up. Sam Schaefer on deck. Andrew Barnes in the hole. reset you there. Yep. Andy Chapin, come on back. We're resetting the class here. You get another shot. Hey, Sam. Hey, Randy, I think we're going to let Andy go first. Randy, we're going to let Andy Chapin go first. He was the first one in the class, and we'll reset the whole class.
164.15. 164.15 for Danny first. Dylan Carr, you're up next. JC New, you're on deck. Jasper Hale, you're in the hole. .72, 162.72 for Andy Chapin in a restart 55, 12-mile-an-hour class. Randy Blanchard, you're up. Sam Schaefer on deck. Andrew Barnes in the hole. If you have lost a cell phone, it is up at the registration. If you're missing your cell phone, it'll be up at registration. 147.20. 147.20 for Dylan. JC New, you're up next. Jasper Hale, you're on deck. Johnny Sherrill, you're in the hole. .50, 141.50 for Jasper. Johnny Sherrill, you're up next. Owen Simpson, you're on deck. Cora Nolan, you're in the hole.
190.15 for Randy Blanchard. Sam Schaefer, you're up. Andrew Barnes on deck. Nate Nyhoff in the hole.
$141.45 for Johnny. Owen Simpkins, you're up next. Laura Nolan, you're on deck. James Grossman, you're in the hole.
176.66 for Sam Schaefer. Andrew Barnes, you're up. Nate Nyhoff on deck. Jeremy Smith in the hole. .86, 171.86 for Andrew Barnes. Nate Nyhoff, you're up. Jeremy Smith on deck. Mark Belivin, you're in the hole.
170.45, 170.45 for Owen. Laura Nolan, you're up next. James Grossman, you're on deck. Benji Aggie, you are in the hole.
For Nate Nyhoff. Jeremy Smith, you're up. Mark Belivin, you're on deck. Charlie Starkey in the hole.
$175.25 for Laura. James Grossman, you're up next. Benji Aggie, you're on deck. Jaden Sloan, you are in the hole.
173.18 for Jared Smith. Mark Livett, you're up. Charlie Starkey on deck. Andrew Barnes in the hole.
$171.50, $171.50 for James. Benji Aggie, you're up next. James Sloan, you're on deck.
$168.72 for Mark Livett. Charlie Starkey, you're up. Andrew Barnes on deck. Bill Lockhart in the hole.
$170.35 for Benji. James Sloan, you're up next. Rhino Day, you're on deck. Bobby Sloan, you are in the hole. For Charlie Starkey. Andrew Barnes, you're up. Bill Lockhart on deck. Jason Holdup, you're in the hole. $159.20. Rhino Day, you're up next. Bobby Sloan, you're on deck. Austin Broniger, you are in the hole.
169.23, 169.23 for Andrew Barnes. Bill Lockhart, you're up. Jason Holdup on deck. Aaron Tice in the hole. .89, 174.89 for Bill Lockhart. Jason Holdup, you're up. Karen Tice on deck. Neil Hancock in the hole.
184.15, 184.15 for Ryan. Bobby Sloan, you're up next. Austin Broniger, you're on deck. Gavin Gervin, you are in the hole.
For Jason Holdup. Aaron Tice, you're up. Neil Hancock on deck. Todd Bolges, you're in the hole.
.15 for Austin. Gavin Grogan, you're up next. Ryan Ruttroff, you're on deck. Jacob Wynn, you're in the hole. .193.35 for Karen Tice.
Neil Hancock, you're up. Todd Bolliers, you're on deck. Trevor Gilkey, you're in the hole.
124.55, 124.55 for Gavin, but he blowed the horn. Brian Rubbtrop, you're up next. Jacob Wynn, you're on deck. Joe Davis, you are in the hole.
Frank DeGroff, if you're missing your phone, I've got it at the announce stand. Frank DeGroff, if you're missing your phone, I've got it at the announce stand.
.90 for Brian. Jacob Wynn, you're up next. Joe Davis, you are on deck. 62.50, 6 mile an hour is up next.
Well, Neil, you tried, but the horn was still going past the marker here. 173.86 going down as a DQ. Todd Bolliers, you're up. Trevor Gilkey, you're on deck. Dale Bradley in the hole.
.85 for Jacob. Joe Davis, you're up next. Then we're going to 62.50, 6 mile an hour. James Sloan, Kevin Mockenhire, Randy Ritchie, Ben LeCount, Mike Sedale.
182.03, 182.03 for Todd Bolliers. Trevor Geekley, you're up. Dale Bradley on deck. Tim Cutshaw in the hole. 6,000 pound, 8 mile an hour. If you guys are bouncing between both the 6,000, 6 mile an hour up next and this class at 6,008, let us know. We'll try to work you guys around it. But you guys will be up next. If you guys are pulling the 6,008 mile an hour, go and bring yourselves in the building to the Yankee Green Sled. 168.32. For Trevor Gilkey. Dale Bradley, you're up. Tim Cutshaw on deck. Gary Williams in the hole.
$171.45, $171.45 for Joe Davis. I've got Josh Blackburn for first, J.J. Kinsley for second, and Brian Brumbrack for third. 62.56 mile an hour. Jaden Sloan, Kevin Mockenhart, Randy Ritchie, Ben McCall, Mike Sedell.
Correction there on Trevor, it's actually 168.32, or correction 186.32. 186.32. For Dale Bradley. Tim Cutshaw, you're up. Gary Williams on deck. Shane Cherry, if available, you are the first puller at the 6,000-pound, 8 mile an hour. You're in the hole. For Tim Cutshaw. Gary Williams, you're up. Shane Cherry on deck. Andy Chapin in the hole. First two pullers in the 6,000-pound, 8 mile an hour class.
186.40, 186.40 for Jaden. Kevin Menschenhofer, you're next. Randy Ritchie, you're on deck. Ben LeCount, you are in the hole.
$176.83, 176.83 for Gary Williams. That finishes off that class. Results of the 55-12 mile an hour. Third place, Randy Blanchard. Second place, Gary Tice. First place, Nick Nyhoff. Shane Cherry, you're up. 6,000 pound, 8 mile an hour, you're the first one. Andy Chapin, you're on deck. Dave Nyhoff in the hole.
173.15, 173.15 for Kevin. Randy Ritchie, you're up next. Ben LeCount, you're on deck. Mike Sedell, you are in the hole.
Shane Cherry, 183.46.
don't worry, we'll get it figured out. Oh, go to the other side or come over to this one. We'll get you figured out. Don't worry. All right, we got Andy Chafer here on the big 560. 8 now. You're up. You're on deck. Mike Siddell, you're in the hole.
Well, I'm here for a few minutes anyway. Till we get in here, then I'll have to, or here. I don't know why, but I've signed up anyway. Looks like we got Ben Ritchie coming out in the Randy Ritchie spot. For Ben LeCount, Mike Seidel, Josh Blackburn, Brian Brumback. Go ahead and pull, I'll figure out who you are.
All right, I got Mike Siddell, you're up. Josh Blackburn, you're on deck. Brian Brumback, you're in the hole.
$187.80 for Ben LeCount. Mike Seidel, we're looking for you. And then Josh Blackburn, Brumback, Abbott, Mulkey, Reynolds. Somewhere in that line, and then Hancock will be number 11. This is a 62.56 mile an hour. 62.56. If you're in line for it, and you got to pull the 6,008, don't run out of line, just come back when you get a chance. We'll make it work.
All right, 6,000 pounds, 8 mile an hour. Olin Simpkins. I'm gonna work the fence a little bit here. You got a tractor over here, full. Come on, let's go. We'll get you back on the other side.
I believe that's a younger version of a Sidel. $196.70. 196.70 for Mr. Sidel. Blackburn waiting. Bum back. Somewhere over there. I seen him. Well, there he is. I knew I seen him over. And then Abbott, and then Mulkey.
6,000 pound, 8 mile an hour. Mike Sidel, Josh Blackmon, Brian Barcock, Terry Mulkey, Don Wright, William Abbott, James Ferguson, Sam Colton, Tommy Yankee, Zach Yankee, and Terry Brown. You're ready to pull on the 6,008 side on the green sled, come on over. We will hook you up.
I'm in 6250, 6 mile an hour. Randy Ritchie's the current leader at 205 and 40. This is Josh Blackburn coming up.
This is 6,000 pound, 8 mile an hour. All right. Don Wright, 167.17.
A 204 and 35, but he blew the horn past the cone at the DU for speed. Brian comeback, Glenn Abbott will be next. Terry Mulkey, Ken Reynolds, Neil Hancock.
I got Sam Colton here. We took it up to the green sled. All right, I got Glenn Abbott. He's up. Josh Blackburn on the deck. Glenn Abbott on.
160. Ken Reynolds, Glenn Abbott, Neil Hancock.
Josh Blackburn, 158.83. 158.83. Glenn Abbott, you're up. Brian Crumbach, you are on deck. That was Glenn Abbott on the John Deere 70. 160, 66.
All right, Ken Reynolds had a 194 and 35. Neil Hancock, Don Wright, if you made it back in the building yet, Danny Ferguson, J.C. Neff, Sam Colton, Olin Simpkins, James Grossman, the AG Bunch, Bobby Sloan, Bill Neese. I'll take anybody who wants to go. I'll try to figure out who you are.
All right, I got Brian Crumbach. Bill's on deck. And Mike Siddell's in the hole. Zach Agee, Jerry Brown, Terry Brown. All right, Tommy Agee, you're up. Zach Agee, you're on deck. Terry Brown, you're in the hole. That's my last 3 pullers on the 8-mile-an-hour class.
That is Sam Colton, man. 210 and 50.
Tommy Agee, 155, 69. Zach Agee, you're up. Terry Brown, you're on deck. That's the last 2 pullers in the 8-mile-an-hour class. Then I'll be going to the 12-mile-an-hour. Dennis Hogan, Charlie Starkey, 8 now. Carl West, Gary Tice.
All right, we've got Sam Colton just had a 210 and 50. J.C. Nev had a 189 and 70. Danny Ferguson went 194 and 70. Don Wright had a DQ, and Neil Hancock had a 193 and 10. And I've got Olin Simpkins coming up now. Grossman, Agee, and Sloan.
We're reviewing our skid steer. Just give us a moment here. I got 2 more pullers left in the 6,000-pound 8-mile-an-hour. And then we'll go to the 6,000-pound 12-mile-an-hour with Dennis Hogan, Charlie Starkey, Nate Nile, Carl West, Aaron Tice, Dale Bradley, and Todd Forney, I believe. We'll get it going in a minute. Zach Agee on the sled. Terry Brown will be right behind him. Then we'll go to the next class. Dennis Hogan.
I got Olin Simpkins coming up. Sam Colton had a 210 and 50, puts him in the lead. Randy Richards in second at 205 and 40. Don Wright would have had a third, but he tried to be a hero and blow the horn.
least. 183.46 is distance complete.
Olin Simpkins had a 193.80, James Grossman, then Benji Agee, Tommy Agee, Zach Agee, Bobby Sloan, and it'll be my next four after him.
All right, Dennis Hogan, you're on deck. Charlie Starkey, you're in the hole. Nate Niles, you are on the edge of it, I think. Looks like Shane Terry in first, Nate second, and Danny Ferguson in third.
James Grossman had a 197 and 15, 197 and 15. By my quick calculation, it gives him third place right now.
All right, 8,000 pounds, or 6,000 pounds, 12 mile an hour. Dennis Hogan, you're up. First puller, 12 mile an hour, Charlie Starkey, you're on deck. Looks like 164.83 for Dennis Hogan. Charlie Starkey, you're up. Nate, you're on deck. Paul West, you're in the hole.
Then Bobby Sloan, Bill Neese, Betty Raymond.
Charlie Starkey, 189.98. Hey, y'all, you're up. Carl West, you're on deck. Dale Bradley, you're in the hole. Todd Forties, you're after Dale. Now, 195.81. Brandon Hayden with the big barn hole. Carl West, you're up. Dale Bradley, you're on deck. Todd Voorhees, you're in the hole. You're the last three pullers in the 12-mile-an-hour class.
194.05 for Zach. Bobby Sloan, you should be next. Then followed by Bill Neese with an M. And Betty Raymond with a 70. Brenniger and Grogan with G's. I don't know where Bobby is.
Todd Voorhees.
Betty Raymond had a 110 and 75. Bobby Sloan making his building. Austin Brenniger. Gavin Grogan. Brian Rutro. I'll take anybody right now. Just somebody go out there and pull. Jacob Wynn and David Jones.
Dale Bradley, 180.09.
Oh, West, I got some bad news. They're saying the horn blowed on you. My apologies. DQ over there. All right, Todd went over 12 past the cone.
194.05 for Austin Brenner, Gavin Grogan. I believe that's you, eh? Then we'd be looking for Brian Rutro, Jacob Wynn, and David Jones.
All right, that was the end of the 6,000 pound, 12 mile an hour. Now when I get the paperwork, we'll do the 6,000 pound, 14 mile an hour. All right, I'm waiting on the paperwork for the 6,000 pound, 14 mile an hour. Then we'll get it going.
Gavin Grogan had a 198. I believe that bumps him into number 3 hole at a 198.
All right, be sure you get you a mint t-shirt for $25 up at the office, or get you a hoodie for 40. It's kind of cold, gonna be colder in the morning. It might be 45 in the morning. Don't forget to get you a ticket on the drop. Tire cutting drawing. Up at the office also, this is help Carney Packer pay medical expenses. Dustin Hines is donating his tire cutting services. So get you a ticket on that. Draw on that, $5 a ticket.
The number 1 hole moves everybody down the order just a little bit.
Well, there's a 196.99 from Charlie. That's just a practice run.
Neil Hancock coming in on your side. I should be looking at Bobby Sloan coming in. Believe it is. If it ain't, that'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Looks like that's Jacob Wynn. No? Yeah. It looks like Jacob Wynn to me. Bobby was going to be in, but David Jones is coming and Bobby will be there somewhere. That'll be fine. We got it took care of. That's all that matters.
All right, we got Neil Hancock here, 6,000 pounds, 14 mile an hour. Y'all just, if you're in it, just hook them up. I'll write it down. We'll get her figured out here directly. Neil Hancock, 203.41 on the big mobile. Pounds, 14 mile an hour.
6,500, 4 mile an hour, need to be making your way into the building. 6,400, 65, that, it is easy to me to say. 6,500, 4 mile an hour, be making your way into the building.
Green sled, if you're in a 6,000 pound, 14 mile an hour. Go ahead and line it up. We'll write you down as we go. Hey now, blow the horn.
All right, I've got Bobby Sloan coming in, yep. Hold it.
There with Andy Chapin, 177.29.
All right, Glenn Abbott, I show you, you're pulling in this one, aren't you? All right, the only one I showed that's not got a pass. All right, Glenn Abbott, coming up. He'll be our last competitor in the 6250, 6 mile an hour. Current leader is Brian Rutro at 212 and 30. Second place is Sam Colton at 210 and 50. And third place is Randy Ritchie at 205 and 40. The way I've got them shook out so far, with one tractor left to go. That was Jack Crone. Jack Crone, K-R-O-N-E. All right, 6250, 6 mile an hour. Third place went to Sam Colton. Second place went to Brian Rutro. And your winner was Glenn Abbott on the 70 John Deere. We'll move to the 6,500 4 mile an hour. 6,500 4 mile an hour. First competitor in the 65-4, Daniel Hodges, J.J. Kinsey, Chad Jolly, my goodness, Reuben Young, Ben LeCount said he was done. We'll see if he comes back out. I don't know. And we'll go from there.
There's Dale Bradley, I believe, all grade E, 191, 6'9". Todd, you're up, I think.
500 4 mile an hour, Minchaufer rolling out. .207 and 45 for Minchaufer on his Super 88. Daniel Hodges, G. John Deere, J.J. Kinsey with a G. Chad Jolly with a 460.
Good run, though. Went over the speed limit.
Carl, you run 14 this time. On the other side, should be looking at J.J. Kinsey. Damn it, I missed the other one.
Okay, looking for the 6250, 12 mile an hour on the green sled. All west. Dale Bradley, Nate Now, Todd Voorhees. All right, 6250, 12 mile an hour, 4 pullers.
182.50. You're gonna have to wait, because they got, I'm sure they're moving weights, and if you got anybody, maybe.
That is not a problem.
I figured you were. I figured it was.
That's all right. On the 6250, we slinging a few weights. We'll give everybody a little bit. Cooling down. Tractors are working hard, getting heavier. Not a problem. Lots of them go give them a few minutes.
All right, we gotta let them, the heavier tractors cool off here. Should be Chad Jolly coming up with the 460, and Reuben Young with an M. I don't see an M. There it is. I see him. Yeah, okay, now I got you. Yeah. All right. And then Ben LeCount with the trophy buck. And Ken Reynolds with a G, Jaden Sloan with a G, Brenninger, Grogan, Rootsrow, and Wynn, all with G John Deere, and then Bill will round out the class with the 400.
Well, Chad Kelly comes in with a 194.90, but the horn was going off, going down as a DQ. Ruben Yacht, you're up. Ben LeCount on deck. Ken Reynolds in the hole. .20, 196.20 for Logan Yacht. Ben LeCount, you're up. Ken Reynolds on deck. Jalen Salone in the hole. .75, 195.75 for Ben LeCount. Ken Reynolds, you're up. James Sloan on deck. Austin Bringer in the hole.
All right, we got Karen Tice up first. Dale on deck. Nate Payoff in the hole. Todd Voorhees right behind Nate. 62.50, 12 mile an hour. Drop a hammer. Dale Bradley, you're up. Right now, you're on deck. Todd Voorhees, you're in the hole.
.196.15 for Ken Reynolds. Jaden Salone, you're up. Austin Bringer on deck. Gavin Grogan, you're in the hole.
Dale Bradley, you're up. Nate, you're on deck. Todd, you're in the hole. .83.92 for Dale Bradley. Nate, you're up. Todd, you're on deck. You'll be the last 2 pullers in this class.
.70, 196.70 for James Salone. Austin Bringer, you're up. Gavin Brogan on deck. Brian Rutroff in the hole.
Now, 200.61. Corey, you're up.
.193.50 for Austin Bringer. Gavin Grogan, you're up. Brian Rutroff on deck. Jacob Wynn in the hole.
Todd was the last puller in the 62-50-12. Looks like Aaron took first place. Way to go. All right, 6,500, 8 mile an hour. 2 pullers. Glenn Abbott, Neil Hancock.
189.45. 189.45 for Gavin Grogan. Brian Rutroff, you're up. Jacob Wynn on deck. Bill Hooker in the hole.
Green sled, 6,500 pound, 8 mile an hour. Got 2 pullers, Glenn Abbott, Neil Hancock. Neil on the GDI. Glenn, whenever you two are ready. We need to cool off a minute, let me know. Probably slinging some weights too. We got time, we'll give it a few minutes.
67.50, 6 mile an hour, guys. You guys should be stacking some weight on and bringing yourselves in the building. I see you. You want to go first? Yeah, but you're going first no matter what. So you gotta suck it up, princess.
All right, 6,500, 8 mile an hour. Glenn Abbott, you're up. Neil Hancock, you're on deck. Glenn Abbott, 159.40, 159.40. Neil Hancock in the GDI, you're up. You'll be the last puller in the 65.8. Then we're going to the 7,500, 4 mile an hour on the green sled. All right, 6,500 pound, 8 mile an hour. Neil Hancock, you're up on the GDI. Then we're going to the 7,500 pound, 4 mile an hour on the green sled. Daniel Hodges, George Stedman, Bill Hooker, Jamie Herndon. If you're on the other side, don't worry, we'll wait on it. .20 for Jacob Wynn. Brian Rutroff prior to that was, or correction, 206.20 for Jacob Wynn. Brian Rutroff prior to that was 200.10. Bill Hooker, you're up. 6,500, 6 mile an hour. Brian Brumback, you're on deck. James Salone in the hole. All right, Neil Hancock.
Hancock, 170.26, getting up for first place. All right, 7,500 pounds, 4 mile an hour. On the Mackey sled, the big green. Got Daniel Hodges, George Stedman, Bill Hooker, Jamie Herdon.
$189.20, $189.20 for Jacob Wynn. Bill Hooker, you're up. Brian Brumback on deck. Jaden Salone in the hole.
That was Johnny Mallory, first time he ever hooked that tractor. 207.75. That was just a test pull for Johnny Mallory. Good test pull, folks. Daniel Hodges, George Stedman, Bill Hooker, Jamie Herdon. You're up to 75.4 if you're ready.
$175.40, $175.40 for Bill Hooker. That finishes off that class.
Looks like we got George Stedman in Europe. Daniel Hodges, Bill Hooker, Jamie Herdon. Whenever you're ready. 7,500 pounds, 4 mile an hour.
Results of the 6,500 pound, 4 mile an hour. Third place goes to JJ Kinsley. Second place goes to Bill Account. And first place goes to Kevin Michinoff. There's your 1, 2, 3. We'll move into the final class on the Heartbreaker slide. 67.50, 6 mile an hour. Brian Brumback, you are up. James Salone on deck and Glenn Allen in the hole. 217.10, but the horn monster got you there, Brian. Going down as a DQ. Jaden Salone, you're up. Glenn Abbott on deck. George Stedman, you're in the hole.
Looks like Daniel Hodges, you're up. Danny Herdon, you are on deck. Bill Hooker, you're in the hole.
For Jaden Salone. Glenn Abbott, you're up. Glenn Abbott, you're up. George Stedman on deck. Tommy Aggie in the hole. Bill Hooker, you need to move your tractor on this side.
Jamie Herdon on the green sled, 175.18, but the horn went off. DQ. Bill Hooker, you're up.
.173.60, but the DQ monster got you there. Go ahead. Going down as a DQ. George, you're up. Tommy Aggie on deck. Bobby Salone in the hole.
All right, Bill Hooker will be the last mower in the 7,500 Ford. Then we'll go to the 8,500 Ford. Daniel Hodges, Jamie Herdon, and George Stedman. Don't forget to get your event t-shirt, $25 at the office. Hoodies are $40. Buy you a ticket on the St. Jude raffle. Get you a ticket for the tire cutting. Double L Sales is giving away a 112 scale Franklin Ben Oliver 99 diesel at 1 Saturday. Going to be present to win. Get you a ticket, $3 each, or 2 for $5. 168.26. Oh, first place on the 75-4. Bill Hooker in third. George Stedman in third. Bill Hooker in second. 8,500 pound, 4 mile an hour. Daniel Hodges, Jamie Herdon, and George Stedman.
194.25, 194.25 for Tommy Aggie. Bobby Sloan, you're up. David Jones on deck.
George Stedman, 146.60. Here's on deck, Bob.
.05 for Bobby Sloan. That puts him in the number 1 spot with 1 tractor left in the class.
We got Daniel Hodges there, he's coming up. Jamie Herdon, he's making some weights, we'll wait on it, not a problem. I just got 2 bowlers left in this class. .211.25 for David Jones. That finishes off pulling action on the Heartbreaker sled for the day. We'll start it back up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Drivers meeting 8:30. On the Mankey sled, we got one more bowler.
Jamie Herdon. Got one more puller. He's moving some weights. I got one more.